Hello, welcome to this video. So I'm so much excited for this video, and in this video we're just going to be covering one of the most awaited series. Most people have been commenting, most people have been sending DMs messages, and they want me to cover this, and this is covering Laravel full stack. And we are going to be using the Laravel 12, the new one that has been released this year, and we are going to be using the official starter kits. That is the one that is using React. There are 3 starter kits that they released in Laravel 12, that is React, Vue, and Livewire. We are going to be using the React starter kit with Laravel, and we just go through from the start, from what is MVC, what is Laravel, covering routing and all the full stack concepts. And we're not going to just do any other simple demo app. We'll build actually a full stack application that is having all the necessary things you need in a whole complete app. So this is going to be 2 episodes, and in the first episode I was covering the main concepts where we covered, for instance, what is Laravel, MVC. So we covered all these concepts you need to know, routing. So in this first episode we also looked at databases, where we looked at using the MySQL, we looked at using SQL, MySQL, and also the one that no one talks about on YouTube, covering using the Postgres, because Postgres is very cheap database and it is the most compatible when it comes to online. No one talks about this, but I covered it really very well, where we installed Postgres and we worked with it to use this PG admin to connect. And actually the app that I'm just going to demo for you is entirely using Postgres. Of course, I showed you how to use MySQL if you want to use it, but I'm going to use Postgres because it is cheap and it is found. You can just host it easily. So you can just see the demo of what we did. So we started setting up the front end pages. These are also going to be the one we are going to use to build our e-commerce. We're going to build a simple e-commerce, not a complicated one. We're just going to build a simple e-commerce. So we went ahead and put these beautiful components, of course, from the simple UI that I created. And so we put this here. So we have a hero section, categories section, and the product section. All these ones are still static. They are not coming from the DB, but we first did the design. And we also added the detailed page. So if I can click on any of these products, you see we have the detailed page. This is also not dynamic. It is also still static. So using these concepts here, we learned routing. So we first learned all the routing, what you need to take to learn all this routing. However much we are still having this static data. So we also went ahead and now configured our databases, where we used Postgres, and I showed 4 ways how you can use databases. We looked at using the SQL, which comes by default. We looked at MySQL. We looked at Postgres using the PG admin, and I also showed the first one, which is using the render, the Postgres online. If you want to use not the Postgres local, you can use the online Postgres using render, and we covered those ones. After covering the databases, we went ahead and created our new user. Laravel comes with automatic authentication. So we used the inbuilt authentication and we built on that. So we updated this. First of all, we created our routes. Okay, I'm just going to show you a second. You can see here we have the dashboard, we have the categories, we have the products. So here we added in the data table, and we are going to be using data tables. Of course, they are so beautiful. They have all these advanced functionalities. So we worked hard to add in the data table in here. You can do, of course, a search. Okay, you can do the search. You can do the export, and you can just do the paginations. So this is still static. We have the static data here, but we are preparing ourselves for the second episode where we are going to cover forms, image upload, and all those beautiful things. Of course, this comes with a form, which we're just going to look at how it will be working in the next episode. And not yet done. So you can see here we changed a little bit in the layout, and we of course created our own layout. So if I log out, you set the login page. If I go to the login page, you said this is using a different layout than the one that comes in. So I showed you how to change all the layouts that come with Laravel. You can change all these layouts and you make them as beautiful as you want. So of course, even the sign up here, okay, so you can sign up and create an account. So basically we did routing, we look at how to change different layouts, how to configure databases, and we prepared ourselves for the next big thing. We're going to look at image upload, form handling, models, eloquent queries, and all those nice things. And these are going to be only 2 episodes, not more than that. Okay, so if you're just like pumped and you're just ready to get started, let's dive in. Hello, welcome to this video. So in today's video, I'm so much excited to start a 2-episode series where I'm going to be covering Laravel full stack. And this is among also the most awaited episodes of all times. Most people have been waiting for Laravel for a very long time, and I had to do it in the midst of a lot of things, in the midst of completing some other projects. Had to create this 2-episode series so that it helps those ones who need it most. So my team and I, a previous months ago, we released this platform. I guess you must have seen it, where we are building these projects to help developers and other people who might need them. So we are going to be developing these in different languages: Python, Golang, Laravel. So I had to make this video for some of the concepts that you and me and my team might need to reference from this video. So it's going to be really somehow advanced. I'm just going to talk about the prerequisites of watching this in a second, but this is to work as a resource video that is going to be guiding someone who want to build a full stack application using Laravel and React. So just going to be using pure React and Laravel, and this is possible via the new starter kits that have been released by Laravel. Okay, so Laravel has released about 3 starter kits: one for React, one for Vue, and another one for Livewire. Now in the previous, I used Livewire. If you just go on my YouTube channel and you check Livewire, I think I have like 1 or 2 videos before I went into JavaScript world. So I did about Livewire, and I was really interested. But when they released React, I was like, dude, this is the time to dive in and enjoy Laravel. Laravel is a very powerful framework, as you are going to see. It can build things, really amazing stuff with least effort. So we'll be diving in. I'm not an expert in Laravel. I want to say that I've been spending most of my time, 90% of my time, in JavaScript while doing Node.js, Next.js, and all other things, as you know me. But I'm just so much excited to learn with you Laravel and dive into deeper and deeper concepts with you. And in this, starting with this video and in the next one, we'll be going into very, very complex concepts together. And another thing is that most of the videos I've watched online about Laravel, some things are always broken and missing. So I want to create a video which is clarifying and putting all blocks together so that you use this video as a resource for building your full stack application. And at the end of the day, I will also come up with my own starter kits. I will build some starter kits that you guys can use. One will be for the full stack Laravel application. Another one is going to be for Laravel API. So I will have to come up with those two starter kits so that it is very easy to get started and jump in and do whatever you want to do, right? So where do we start from? So what you have to understand is, at least before you view this video or you watch this video, you need to have some simple basics about PHP. Please, I'm not going to cover PHP in this video. So I have a lot of videos here covering PHP fundamentals on my YouTube. So you can just go ahead and go through these videos, or you can watch any other video to get some basics of PHP. That is to say, you know, how to create a file, how to, you know, these fundamentals, how to create an array, how to map, like these fundamentals of PHP that you need to get started with. I have some videos here, you can take a look, or you can just simply go to any other video or documentation on YouTube that is going to govern you on PHP fundamentals. So purely in this video, I will be covering Laravel, and I'm not going to be covering Laravel Blade. So there are a lot of Laravel right now that is moving on. You can find a Laravel View Developer, a Laravel Livewire Developer, Laravel Blade. So there is Laravel Blade, Laravel Livewire, Laravel Vue.js, and Laravel React. So I want to be very clear that since I'm from the JavaScript world, I will be focusing on the Laravel React using this React starter kit that they brought in. Okay, so that's what I'm just going to be focusing on. But before we get ahead of us, let's get started. So I'm just going to start talking about Laravel as a framework and some few concepts that you need to know before we dive in. This is not going to be more theoretical, it's going to be more practical, but I just want us to get some concepts before that we move on, and more especially about Laravel. So Laravel, as we if it is your first time, Laravel is a full stack PHP framework based on MVC architecture. So as I said here, you need to know about some PHP basics. So please, it will be unfair for you if you have never done any PHP to start on Laravel. I just say that it is good you first go through some PHP basics and then you come to this video. So hoping that now you know some PHP basics, let's get started. So Laravel, most people love it because it is a framework that comes with some of the things that are done out of the box. So for instance, Laravel comes with authentication, dashboard, settings page done for you, and most of the things are already done for you and already configured. That's why most people love it. It is not just like the way you see the frameworks of JavaScript, whereby you have to figure out most of the things by yourself. Laravel, on the other hand, is a batteries included framework. Batteries included, I mean, it comes with some things done out of the box, and it is known for one thing. One, it is authentication. So authentication comes when it is covered. The second one, dashboard, comes when it is covered, at least the dashboard page. And then also the settings page, the profile page, they come when they are done in Laravel. So that becomes a very good starting point, I may say, for a project, really, which also comes with a lot of files. As we are going to see, it is an advantage, but also on the other side it comes with a lot of files in the first place, so you have to know that. So the first concept you need to understand, and this is not only a Laravel concept but also a full stack concept, which is called MVC concept. And specifically here we're going to see it in Laravel, but this pattern is actually used in other frameworks, other full stack frameworks. Now in Laravel, this is more imparted or is more seen or is more implemented by default. You need to understand the MVC concept or pattern in Laravel. So the MVC pattern is a software architecture pattern that separates the application into 3 interconnected components. That's the models, views, and controllers. So this structure is designed to enhance organization and facilitate maintainability in web applications. As you can see, it is a concept that is used in web applications. So we need to understand the MVC architecture before we dive into Laravel. If you understand this architecture very well, when we reach into Laravel application, everything is going to make sense, okay? It will make sense because Laravel is by default organized in an MVC architecture. So what is a model? So a model represents the data structure, usually mirroring database tables. It handles data retrieval, storage, manipulation, and in Laravel we use Eloquent, which is used for database interactions within models. Of course, the next question is, what is Eloquent? So I didn't want to dive into so much theory as we're going to be diving into practicals, because whenever you just go into more theory, you find that you have a lot of knowledge and you get frustrated to start. I always want less so that you dive in and understand more things in practice. But let's talk about Eloquent. This is one also the most thing that confused me when I was starting learning Laravel, because everyone was saying Eloquent. I didn't understand what Eloquent mean. So Eloquent is an object relational mapper, or ORM. The way you see Prisma, the way you see Drizzle, that is the same. So JavaScript world, we always use Drizzle and Prisma, but here in Laravel we mostly use Eloquent, and Eloquent is an object relation mapper that is included by default within the Laravel framework. So this is added, or it is included within Laravel framework, unlike Prisma and others that you have to install and configure. This Laravel comes with Eloquent, which is already configured for you. And an ORM is a software that facilitates handling of database records by representing data as objects, working as a layer of abstraction on top of database engine, used to store an application data. Eloquent facilitates the task of interacting with database tables, providing an object-oriented approach to inserting, updating, and deleting database records, while providing a streamlined interface for executing complex SQL queries. So what you have to understand is Eloquent is the way you see Prisma giving us the find many and all that kind of stuff. The Eloquent in the same way gives us a way to build queries. So you want to build these complex queries, writing an SQL would be more complex, but using Eloquent, it provides an abstraction that will simplify. For instance, you may say get all, and that one is getting all data from database. And if you want to understand how complex this gets, you try, if you're just going into these videos, you will see how PHP does it, like under the hood, using SQL. So when you come and you see Eloquent, you appreciate how it takes away the complexity in building the queries. So Just know that Eloquent is a way how we interact with database without getting lost into a lot of complex queries. So it simplifies the querying of the database. The second part in the MVC is the view. So the view represents the data, is responsible for presenting data to the user in a consumable format. It's where the application's user interface is generated and rendered within the data provided by the model. And this is where React falls, guys. So here, this is where we have our React. So our React view, blade, Livewire, all these ones, Livewire might just do actually more, but these ones are all falls under view. So React does not do any backend work. React does not do any other work except working as a view. So it is the one responsible for presenting data to the user in a consumable format. It is where the application user interface is generated. What it means, the UI you see on the screen is generated and it is put under the view. So the last one in the MVC is the controller. So the controller acts as intermediary between models and views. It processes incoming requests that are coming from the view, interacts with the appropriate model to handle data, and sends the data to the view for presentation. So this is the guy who stands between the view and the models. Controllers in Laravel contain the business logic of the application and are responsible for responding to user input and performing interactions on the data model. So I have here this image to try to show you how this is, or how this might be seen. So it starts with the user interacting with the view. So when you come to an application, this can be an e-commerce. So you start by going to the view. That is the first thing you are going to say. Maybe you search, or maybe you click. So let's say you clicked. So when you click, that means you create a request. So you create a request that this request is going to be handled by the controller. So you can see in the middle here, we have the controller getting requests from the user, okay? And then the user, the controller will now request some data from the model. So it is using the model to request the data. And the model is the one which is going to be responsible for retrieving that data from the database. It gets back the data, it sends this data back to the controller, and then the controller sends this data back to the UI. Guys, when you understand this is the most big thing of Laravel. This is how data moves in the application. The moment you get lost from this diagram, you are going to find it hard to navigate through the files that are in Laravel. So you have to understand this so that when we reach in the files, you are not going to get lost. You can take a screenshot, you can just like pause this, draw this in your book. And guys, I always have these people who are watching and they are not noting down. I don't know why. Please get your book and note these things down. I don't always just make a lot of notes. I always try to simplify the notes so that I just only explain what is most important, or what I find most important to me to get that concept. So I put also the processes in words so that you can write them down. So user request is number one. So a user interacts with the interface or an application, and a request is sent to the server. And in this case, this request is sent to the controller. And how is that possible? Via routing. So Laravel's routing system directs the incoming request to the appropriate controller method based on the defined routes. So we are starting to get into how do you get from the view to the controller, and that is only possible via the routing system. So the routing system is the one which tells that you are routing to the about page, and the person who is responsible for showing you that is this method, okay? And that method is found in the controller, and that method in the controller, or that function in the controller, is one which is going to interact with the models. So the controller method, so remember the routing pointed to the controller method. So the controller method receives the request and performs a necessary data retrieval if it is necessary, validation, manipulation, and interacts with the model to fetch or update the data. So as you see here in the controller method, the controller might need to talk about or get some data from the model. It's not always the case, but most of the cases, if it is involving retrieving something from the DB, it has to do that. If it involves manipulating the data, it will do that and get that data and then send it back to the view. Then the model handles database interactions such as querying or updating records based on the instructions from the controller. Next, data preparation. The processed data is then passed from the controller to the appropriate view. Remember? So data, this is how it goes to the model gets data, pass it back to the controller, and then the controller pass it back to the view. So the view receives data and uses, so this is here, it can use blade. So here you can say it uses the blade, React, okay, view. So the templating now has increased. Those days it used to be only blade, but right now you can do view, you can do React, you can do, so it's blade, view, and React to render the final HTML output, which is sent back to the user's browser. So the user's response, they render the HTML along with any associated style scripts, is displayed to the user, completing the request response cycle, which is this cycle here. So if you understand, this really forms a very big picture on Laravel, and we're just going to look at this. So this is going to be the theory that I prepared for you guys. Now, after this, let's dive in on how to get started with Laravel. So I have, if you just go, I will share with these blogs on this very platform here. You can click on blogs. So when you click on blogs, you just land on this. I have a lot of blogs about Laravel. I've been writing a lot of things of recent. We're going to be seeing how we're going to use all these things to make sense, right? So the first one probably you want to get into is building a contact management app in Laravel. We're not going to do this one. We're going to build a simple e-commerce, but I just want to use one of these blogs. So the first step in getting started is the requirements. I repeat, the first thing you need to get started with Laravel are these requirements. If you skip these, you're going to find a lot of challenges when it comes to installing some things. Some things won't work for you. So first, uninstall the existing. So first install PHP, Apache, and MySQL via XAMPP. That is the first thing you need to do. You need to first install PHP, Apache, and MySQL via XAMPP. Now, I'm very sure you might be having an old version of XAMPP that you're using right now. The good thing, if you are not very sure, more so if due to the PHP version that you might be having, what I may say is, to be on a safer side, you can uninstall, because this new Laravel 12 that we are going to be using, that is comes with these starter kits, okay, it is using the latest version of PHP, and most times when you have your XAMPP, it is this XAMPP that you install that is going to determine the PHP version you have. And you need to have the latest PHP version. So what I can just say, what I did, because even me previously, I had a XAMPP installed on my machine, so I wanted to use that and move on. But I got some issues. First of all, it was installing a previous Laravel 11, Laravel 10. So others might be installing, and we are seeing different things on the screen, and for you are seeing also different things on the screen. To be on a safer side, and install the XAMPP you have, and just go ahead and just go to Apache Friends here, and then you say XAMPP download. Just install the latest version of XAMPP. Okay, if it is possible, install this one of 8.2 PHP. Please, I repeat, install this one of 8.2 PHP, this one. Okay, if you are watching this video in the future, just get the latest version. Get the latest version if you are watching this video in the future. So install this. Okay, go ahead and download. I already have it. Now, in installing the XAMPP, I don't know if I have any PowerPoint showing. I wish I had like any PowerPoints showing for you something on. Let me just do this. Like maybe see if I have anything. Let me see. I don't know if I have anything to do with XAMPP. I'm not sure. Now, I'm just making sure you install XAMPP, but I might not necessarily use it. I'm just going to show you in the future. But make sure you have installed XAMPP, okay? And so after installing XAMPP, so that is the first step, it is going to install for you 3 things. 1, PHP, 2, Apache, and the MySQL server. Is going to add the PHP myadmin, which is going to help us manage your MySQL. So the second thing, install a fresh XAMPP. Then the third thing is configure XAMPP so that Apache and MySQL starts automatically on Windows Start. Now, if you have XAMPP, I'm just going to open my XAMPP here. Now, you will see that my XAMPP right now, I did not even start anything, but by default, it has Apache and MySQL always running. Okay? So the first thing you need to do is you need to open your XAMPP. So right now, when you installed it, you might have clicked on this. Okay? You might have clicked on this, and they are just running. What I want you to do, the first thing is click on the config. Okay, that's the first thing. Click on this config. Now, you are going to see, actually the first thing is, you are going to see that yours, let me see, before this, you will see that this, first of all, stop. You can just like stop this, right? Let me just like stop, I don't know. So you can see I've stopped this here. Okay, I've stopped this. So now after stopping this, you will set this and the Apache MySQL, they are going to have the X in these 2 checkboxes. Now mine, I already have them so installed. So please just check these 2 boxes to install the Apache and MySQL. Okay, there's these 2 checkboxes. They are not going to be checked like mine the way you see them here. They're not going to be like that. Make sure that you check these 2 ones and then you install. The second thing after that, you have installed these services because you need to install the services. you can see this is a service under service, modules service, and these services need to be installed. So you have to click on this and this, and then you install those two services. After you have installed those two services, the second thing, click on the config, this one. Click on auto start of modules. So you can see Apache and MySQL. So click on these two, Apache and MySQL, and click save. So you check this and then you click save, like so. You get access is denied. Of course, like mine, I already have them checked, so you don't need to do that. So you go ahead and save them. And now I'm just going to go ahead restart them again like this. Now for your case, simply restart. You can just like restart your PC. Every time the Windows machine goes alive, you are going to see that your XAMPP is going to be automatically running like this. If you're having any errors at this step, like your XAMPP has issues, please stop at this point. You can search on YouTube and make sure that you have your XAMPP automatically running like this. Okay, that is done. We have configured XAMPP, and at this point you should be able to check. Let me see if I say git bash. Okay, at this point you must be having your PHP installed. I don't know if you can say PHP version. Yeah. So you can see here PHP, I have PHP 8.2. That means I installed this XAMPP version that I showed you here. Maybe in the future, if you're watching these videos after some good time, maybe some years, you need to check the latest version of PHP and install the appropriate XAMPP. Okay, that is done. I'm spending more time on this because I know how it took me time to make sure everything works. Step number 2, install Composer. So after you have installed your PHP, that is, you have installed your XAMPP and it's working, now head to Composer. If you're having the old Composer, I would say you also install a new one. So just come here and download. Say just go ahead and download this Composer setup and go and install it. Very straightforward. And at that point you will be having Composer. So if you just like type in the word Composer, I think, I'm not sure if it also has like the version. Okay, so long as you see some stuff here, so you can see Composer version 2.8.6. that's the one I'm having here. Okay, so if you can see this Composer -v and to bring some version and brings all these help commands, then you are good. So let me clear this. That is the second step. I'm moving slowly, guys. Now the third step, install the Laravel installer. And if you had the previous installer, please first uninstall the one that you had. Even if you don't have it right now, just run this. Okay, Composer global remove Laravel installer. This one will remove any previous installer of Laravel that you might have. The reason why I'm saying this is if you have an installer that is old, you're going to end up installing a different Laravel version. And if you install a different Laravel version, it won't have the starter kits. So make sure that you first remove the previous installer and then you install this one. Then after, add a fresh installer which supports interactivity. And actually, if you want to know that yours is not working or is not good, you reset yours does not support interactivity. When you install, it installs things, all of them at once. So just now, after removing this, now add a new one like this. And now, after adding that, we are ready to start or build the first our Laravel application. So I just want to first go ahead and prepare my folder. I'm just going to build this. And let's say YouTube builds. I'm just going to build a new folder here called Laravel. Okay, so in here is where I'm just going to create my app. So I'm just going to say, I think I should just like say Laravel apps, like this. I'm just going to go here and I just want to open this. Okay, I want to open this on Git Bash. So if you don't have Git and Git Bash, this you can go ahead and install. Let me close this. You can just go ahead and install Git Bash. Just say Git download. Just in case you don't have it, click the Git download, and then it will just make you download this. Download for Windows. So go ahead and download this. Okay, and then this one is going to add for you Git Bash, like so. Okay, so now that we have this, let's go ahead and create our application. So I'm just going to click Laravel new, and then you can say then to start asking you questions, answer accordingly, select inertia with React as your front end stack. So I'm just going to go here and just simply say Laravel new, just like this. You don't even need to put the name of the app. It's going to start asking you questions. For instance, what is the name of your project? If you try to run Laravel new and it doesn't ask you these questions, remember what I said. It means that you are using the old installer of Laravel. Remove the previous one and add a new one. So I'm just going to name this one as Ecommerce. Okay, maybe Ecommerce starter kit or something, I don't know. Starter kit, just like this. And it asks you which starter kit would you like to install. So I'm just going to choose React. So I'm just going to say React, like this. So choose React. You can see there is none. This none uses Blade. React uses React. Vue uses Vue. Livewire uses Livewire. So I'm just going to choose the one for React. So for authentication, they brought in now two types of authentication. They brought in the workhorse, which requires the workhorse account, and then there is Laravel built-in authentication. We are going to use the Laravel built-in authentication, which is by default, by the way, selected here. So you can simply press enter. And then here they're asking us which testing framework do you want. So by default, they have selected PEST. So whether you select PEST or PHP unit, it doesn't matter. You can just simply just go with the selected one. Okay. So now it's going to start creating your Laravel. Depending on your internet, this can take more time or less time depending on the internet that you are having. Okay, if you for some reason yours is not moving so fast, just be patient enough. After a time it is going to finish. Okay, it's going to finish. You can see generating optimized auto loads. Now some people also get stuck on this. If you have followed all the instructions I have told you, you are most likely not to get some issues. But if you get the issues, you are not the first person to get that issue. Please do not get discouraged or even get demotivated. Some people, when they get errors, they take it personal, you know, and it's like I'm the only person who have gotten this error. You are not the first person to get this error. Some other people have already gotten this error. So the only thing you need to do is simply do a Google search on that error, and maybe you might be lucky and land on the solution. Okay, so After this, we are going to navigate through the files, and then we shall start like building simply. Okay, we're going to start like building simply, understanding how everything works, and the most importantly is understanding how the MVC that I explained here, okay, how this MVC works. If you understand how this MVC works, just with only one route, so because it's going to teach you how to do routing. Routing is done by the models. Sorry, is routing by a combination of the view and the controller. You need to have the controller to be able to do some routing. So we're just going to spend some time understanding routing in the first case, and then after that just go dive into more deeper concepts. So returning back here, this is still generating this. I'm just going to give it some few seconds, and when it is done, I will be back. Okay, so after about 2 minutes or 3 minutes, this has completed downloaded, and you can see here. So what I just want to say that if it asks you this question, you might just maybe ask what to do. Would you like to run npm install and npm run build? Just simply say yes, and then they will say npm 1 duplicated, so they just go ahead and run and build all these assets for you. And after that, they will just say cd into your project name here, and then run composer run dev. So I'm just going to say cd, and I'm just going to cd in my app. I will open it in VS Code. Okay, so this, I've opened it in VS Code, and I just want to go to the terminal. So before we do this, I want to see what is. So just going to say composer run dev. So this is the command that you run, the way we run pnpm dev or npm run dev. Here we run composer run dev. Now in those early days, we used to run these things separately. We used to run php artisan serve alone, and then we also run npm run dev alone. So they added these two commands, the php artisan serve and the npm run dev, into one command, which is composer run dev. So now it gives you now ability to look at this server running at this. So let me click in this, go in the browser, and you have a new Laravel 12. So if you don't have 12 here, Laravel 12 like this, something is not right. But if you are seeing this screen, congratulations, you have successfully created a Laravel application. So now let's now dive into the pages, and basically we would want first to know that where is this thing that is showing right now, this one here, like where is this located? So that is the first question I would want to know when I'm just starting, like so as we said, that the part that is responsible for interacting with the users is called a view. So this one must be inside the view side, and if you're using React, this one must be a React component. Okay, so if you just go inside here, we have a lot of files. Don't mind about these files. We are going to be moving, and we understand which one is more important at what time. Right now what we want is something located in resources. Okay, so in resources, you see we have CSS, JavaScript, and views. Okay, so inside JavaScript is where all the things are going to be located since we are using JavaScript. So as you can just come into resources, JavaScript, this is a place where all the views in your applications are going to be located. I will repeat it one more time. Resources, JavaScript is where we're going to have all our pages at the front end. So if you come here, you see we have the pages. And if you just come to the page, you can see we have the welcome page, this one. And this is the one that actually we are seeing onto here. So if you want to know that it is the one, I can just go and change something. Okay, I'm just going to go down here and I will change something. For instance, let me just say here, building something beautiful. So I'm just going to say building something beautiful, just like that. If I go back, so you can see this changed into building something beautiful. So this is the page. Okay, so how did it come to be the one that is actually showing? Okay, how is the routing of this page? So the first thing that you need to understand in Laravel before you go into anything else is understanding the routing pattern. Okay, you need to understand the routing pattern. Remember, it starts from the views, but to know that this view, okay, so let me just start here with routing. So I think I should open up this, and down here I'm just going to talk about routing. So I'm just going to go here, click on this, and I will say routing. Okay, so what do we need to know in the routing? So routing is having 2 or 3 things that we need to put together to understand very well. So we have 3 boxes that we need to tick here, or that these 3 boxes are going to work together. So one, we have the page. In fact, here what you have to understand is the view. That's why the good way is understanding it by saying it is not even a page, is understand that it is supposed to be a view, that for you may call it a page. Okay, so we said that these ones are located, so these views, okay, these views are all located in resources, JS, and then pages. So here, whatever you're going to find in this, you are going to find a page. Okay, so I'm just going to demonstrate. We're just going to use this same example. So for instance, in this, we have welcome.tsx. Okay, so this one tells you that this one is going to be a page. So in this case, I'm having welcome dot, so I'm just going to say here, I have welcome, and it doesn't matter whether you name it in capital letters or not. So welcome.tsx, this is our page. And if you want to prove that, you see we have other pages like the Auth pages, settings, dashboard, like that. So all these ones you're seeing here, all these are pages, right? So that's why those are like our pages. So an example of the page we are taking is the welcome page. Maybe you want this one to show to be the home page. The name you name it here doesn't matter. It does not mean that this one becomes welcome the way you see in those who are coming from the Next.js world. This does not mean when you name something welcome.tsx that when you come to /welcome you have that page. That is not how it works. Remember, this is a view, so it can be named anything. What is going to tell whether it should show is going to be the controller. So here we just simply have a view and we give it a name. But importantly, if we put inside the pages, we want this one to be used as a page, right? So that's the first thing. You need to create a view that you want to see. The second one is going to be now the controller. Okay, I already have this. I just need to get the text here. So this one is the controller. Okay, so what is the purpose of the controller in this case? Let me first make this much bigger. Okay, so the second part is now going to be the controller, right? So the controller, its purpose is to tell us which function is going to be responsible for this, to render this, because as we said in the previously here, that whatever someone sees, it is the controller that governs it, the controller method, if you remember here. So there must be a controller method that is going to tell us where do we find that request. When a request comes, when you visit the home page, you don't just like visit simply. When you visit the home page or you try to visit a page, the response is received by the controller, and it is the controller which will tell us which view or which page are you supposed to see. Okay, so you can see the controller is the one which governs that. Okay, so let me just come here. So if I just come here, if I want to know the controllers or the routes, all the routes in PHP, they are found inside this folder called routes. So you can see how we are moving step by step. So all these ones are controlled by these routes. So inside routes, we have a lot of things here, but no, all the routes must originate from this file called web.php. So for all routes, so I'm just going to say here, maybe I just get another thing here like this, and I will just write something and say, okay, that all routes are in web.php. So all routes, you're going to find them here in this page, and this is why you're also going to see the controllers. Okay, and it is within these ones you are going to see the controller methods. Also, this is where you will find the responsible controller, controller. So let me just maybe reduce this, maybe too large. Okay, so the responsible controller for routing. Okay, and if you also remember, when we talk about this responsible controller, we mean just a function. This is going to be a function that points to the method or to the view, you get. So this will end up pointing to the view. Where should you go for what? So I expect if I go to this web.php, I must see what is responsible for that. So if you just go in this page here, you see that on top here we have that when you go to slash, so you see this. So this is how you define a route. So you define a route using this route. You can see it comes from facade route. So route, the type HTTP type of route, it is a GET. So if it was a post, it will be post. Okay, the GET, so this is a GET route, and then here is what we put when you slash what. So for instance, slash, this represents home page. When I just say slash about like this, that means if I go to slash about, if you just now go here back to the home page, this becomes a 404. because now when you go to this one, it has no route, right? But if I just go now to slash about like this, it points to this, because as we said, this is the actual route. Now there are two things here, the route, okay, there is two things, the route and the view. Those are two different things, okay? Those are two different things. Let me just put back this, okay? Let me put back it on the home page. Those are two different things, guys, the route and the view. So now, as you can see, there are two things which are involved here. I might just need to copy this code. Does this thing paste the code? Let me see. Yeah, nicely. So there are two things which are involved in here. Okay, I just want you to look at it carefully. We have two parts in here. We have this, which is the route you are going to navigate to. Like this is the route path. Maybe we just call this the path. So I'm just going to say here. So we just have the path, which is going, for instance, slash. So this can be the slash. So this is the path. And then we have the controller. So there is a path in this case. And then this function you see here, this is the controller function. This one. Okay? So the function is the controller method. So you need also another thing here. You need the controller method. So this is just a function, okay, that points to the view. You see? And then finally is the view. So finally is the view. Okay? So this is like which view, okay? Which view to render, okay? Which view to render for this method, for this path. Okay, so as you can see, three things are involved. You go to a certain path, a function is run that is responsible for that path. And if you remember, this is the same pattern we do in Node.js. You go to a certain path, and then a function runs, which is going to give you back the data or something. So here you have this path, which is slash. Then you have the function, and this function is returning this. And then you have the view, which is responsible, or the view to render for this path. In this case, you can see it is welcome, and you don't need to specify like welcome.php or .tsx. Simply, as you can see, when I hover on this, it shows you this is pointing to resources, JS pages, welcome.tsx. Okay, if you wanted to put auth, so you can just like put a login. If you wanted, you can point to a login page. Okay, for instance, we know very well, if I click on this, you see that we have the auth pages. For instance, I can say auth login. For instance, if I had put it in a folder, you can just say auth slash, I think, login, like this. Let's see, what would this show? And you see, it shows actually the login page on the home page. Okay, so that is to show you. So you actually put the name of the component, because this is login.php. Let's return our welcome. Okay. Okay, so we have the welcome page. That is one thing. Now, what is the name? So you can see, after doing all this thing, we gave this name to be home. So this name can be used in routing. You're going to see this name somewhere being used in routing. Okay, So we normally give these routes name, not to rely on these, because you can say slash. We know very well that slash, if you have, for instance, slash dashboard slash something, this might be a long name to remember, but you can give it just a simple name which means this whole thing. Okay, so here in this you can see slash, we are giving it a name of home. This means that you can use this name in routing and it works. We are going to look at that. Okay, now with this concept we can know how routing works. So I just mean with that you have understood routing is involved with these three things. Now the second thing you have to understand with the routes, since we are still on this, okay, we're just going to have two things: the protected and public or slash unprotected pages. Unprotected pages. So you're going to say that we have this concept of protected pages and public pages. So for instance, this welcome is a public page. So every time you want to make a page that someone doesn't need to be authenticated to visit, that is a public page. So if I just come here, okay, if I just come here and I add another route like this, so you can just create an about page, about, and then a function, and you see we're using inertia for rendering, and then I can just go ahead and create another page. So within the pages, okay, I can just say, let's say all the public pages I want to put them in, maybe let's just not put them in public. Do we need to put them in public? I can just say public, just to mean unprotected. My pages in the public here, and then I just going to have here, for instance, about.tsx, and this is going to be typically a React component, about, and then I can just say here h2 of about page, right? Just like this. Okay, so if I just now go ahead and you just go, let's create this for point to this. So in here I can say when you go about, just point to public, so you can say public slash about. Okay, and the name is going to be about, like this. Okay, so now if I want here where we have this documentation, let me just go back to the welcome. I'm just going to say where we have the word documentation, I'm just going to add a link. So we have this link here. Now let's talk about links. Okay, let's talk about links. Now when you go here and you go to inertia, so just there is a, you can just go to inertia JS here, and let's go to the documentation. Like for instance, I just want to talk about where is routing. I just want to talk about routing. So routing here, you have seen inertia about, then this I just want the link component. So you can see we have the link. Can I just like search for link? The link component. via request via link. I don't know, but this, I would just want to know the link. Okay, there is a link component that you can just get from Inertia, or you can use this normal link. So there are two ways. You can just simply come here and say slash about. This is just the normal way of routing. You just come to an anchor tag. I don't know why Pretty is not working here. You just go to an anchor tag and you put slash about. They will just know this. We just simply route to that page. So if you just come here and I just say about us. Okay, so here read the about us. So I can remove this target blank, or let me just leave it. So if I just come back to my page, click on about, this takes me to the about page. So this is just the normal routing. So you put the name of the path. So you can just like put the name of the path. Okay, so when do we use, so that means if I want to come here and I want to go back to the home page, I can put an anchor tag and I put slash and I say go home. So this still will work. If you just come here, go home, it routes back to the home page. Though we can also just do the same thing and we can say get the link. There is link, and there is link comes from Inertia, I think React, like this. Let's say go home, and this one takes in, I think it is 2. Does it take in 2? Can I just get to search this component link 2? You want to see that in the whole entire app we don't have the link. I just like want to see this link. So if you just go here, we have some links, and this link is also coming from Inertia React, and this one works, I think, the way we have next link. Okay, it takes in the link, it takes in the href like this. So we just say link and we say href and just say slash. So let me comment this one. I think this one has ability to do, for instance, prefetch. Like prefetch means it's going to do some preloading of this page. So if I just go back to about and I go back to home, you see it did not refresh the page. That's the advantage. So you see this one always reloads the page, while the link component does not. So that's the plus of using this link. So you can always use this the link component. So that one is done. We'll be using the link component. So you can write this. Still, you can also use the route. I think I just want to use route. Let me first leave this one. I want to do this. I also want to say route here instead of href. I want to put route and then say route. I pass in the name of the route like home. I'm just curious, does that one work? So if you go back about and then click, let's first comment out one, this. So just want to click on home, and you see this goes to home. Okay, and why is it using, so what is this route? So this route is the name of the route in the web.php. this was the name of the route, what we gave here, meaning that we could just do the same thing here in the welcome. Instead of using this, I can turn this into a link component. Link, get this from, I think we already have the link component. And then say about, and then we, instead of just saying this, I can just use route. So here I can say route, and then inside I specify the name of the route. So I just say, for instance, about. Because I define this route here, I define this route here in the web.php, that when you go to /about, this is same as about. So I can use the route like this. Let's go back, click on this, and it goes to the about. So now you understand the ways we can use the link, how we can link from one page to another page. We can use the href route or the href path. So there are two ways you can do. So you can use the name, so here or in this, okay, you can just like use this href route, or you can just use href and then you pass in the path. So it's up to it's up to you which one to use. So you can just use this. Okay, so you can use the name or you can use the path. So I just think that I've explained routing really well, right? Let's see what is next. Now that we have understood, we have also the protected and unprotected pages. So we protect pages via middlewares. Okay, so this Laravel uses middlewares for protecting pages. What a middleware is, something which can intercept in a request. So it can intercept in a request, and that thing has access to the user, or it has access to the authentication. So they made sure that all the requests, they have access to the auth, and they can know if this person is, for instance, verified. They can know if this person is authenticated. And if you are not authenticated, it will definitely automatically takes you to the login page. So if you try to go to the dashboard, because you see here we have this dashboard. So if we just go to about and we put here route, because we know that there is a route called dashboard, so the name is dashboard. So you can just go to about, and I say go to the dashboard, go to dashboard, and I put here this dashboard like this, and I put in the name, of course. So now if you just go back to the about page, and I just say go to the dashboard. So you see the dashboard, because it is protected, you see you are routed to the login because this person need to be authenticated. So that one, just to show you that there is where we put the authenticated pages, and there is where we put public pages. So you would want authenticated pages to be inside this, and then the non-authenticated to be public, and you don't need to put them in anything. Now another thing is, because the routes can be so many, you can divide these routes into different files. So let's say we can do the routes for the let's say products, categories, and we can put them in different files. And now we can bring them using this syntax. So for instance, for the auth pages, because we have authentication, they are all inside routes auth. So these are all the routes for the authenticated. Okay, you can see here we have this, then we have auth, and then we have other settings. You can see settings, they need to be authenticated. And now you can create a group. So you can see here, you can create a route group, and then you say, for instance, this whole entire group needs to be authenticated, and you're just going to be using these kind of things. So you just say, for instance, the settings page, okay, settings profile, and all these kind of stuff. All these are pages, for instance, and they are all protected. So we're just going to be putting, for instance, our products. We can say all products, we are going to put them this side in products.php. Like that. Okay, so now let's build like a simple home page. Since now we have understood routing, we can use the few knowledge we have to build like these public pages, right? Just going to use that public knowledge we have to build the, for instance, we need to build for our e-commerce. For starters, so what do we need to build here? The pages. So just say public routes. I'm just going to say here. So the public routes that we have or that we need. Okay. So the public routes, you can just categorize them, assuming we have, for instance, products. Okay. I just want to bring this down. So we have, like, for instance, products, and then we are going to have, so the, okay, just say here, the home page. This one is going to have the hero section, like the home page section. This one will have the header component. This will have the banner. This will have the categories. Okay, categories, and then we'll have also the product listing. Listings. Okay, then we'll have, for instance, the, when you click in a category, so when you click in a category, so we're just going to have like a category page. Okay, just going to have a category page, and then you have this, what is called this? So this is going to be having the, of course, category products, category product listings. Okay, and then we have also the, for instance, the product detailed page. So we have the product page, and this is just going to be having the product details. So these are like some of the public pages. You can also go for the cart. We might not look at the cart functionality. I don't know. I just want to make this as simple as kind of just going to be concentrating on the dashboard. And then these are like a few public pages that we need. Now, one thing that we haven't seen is the data. How data can move from a controller, because we said here we have a controller method. So how data moves from a controller method to a view. How does data move? We're going to look at the data movement. So let's say we have the products. Okay, so how these things work is that we are going to be creating things in this manner. Okay, let's say we want models. So just going to start, like, for instance, the categories, right? So let's say here, how this will be moving is that the steps we are going to take here. Let me just put the steps. Step number 1, configure. So we have to configure which database do you want to use. So which database do you want to use? So here there are typically 3 common databases here. Of course, by default they're using SQL, and then there is MySQL, and there is PostgreSQL. I don't know if that's the spelling. So you have, these are the 3 common ones that you're going to find being used in PHP and Laravel at large. This one. So you need to choose one. So I may say that the first 2 are very easy to use. Postgres, I don't know why Laravel made it really hard, because SQL itself is not for production, it is for small projects. So it is MySQL and Postgres. Laravel choose to make on localhost MySQL, the dev experience on the localhost is really good. Okay, unlike Postgres. And Postgres, it is really terrible when it comes to setting it up with Laravel, and I'm just going to guide you on that, because Postgres is cheap to host, is cheap to run, while MySQL is very expensive. It is really intensive in terms of it takes in much space on the server. They charge it so highly than Postgres. That's why you would want to use Postgres over MySQL. But as I've said, by default, MySQL and SQL are working on localhost. So you will find very few videos on YouTube where they are showing you how to use Postgres. And most of them, when you try to use it, it will not work. Trust me, I've watched most of them. So after you have done that, you need to choose one. 2, you need to define your database. What I mean here, just going to say 2 here. You need now to create models. So here you have to create a model. Okay, you need to create a model. Maybe, okay, I'm just going to remove this. So you need to create a model, and a model, this means what are the fields for your table. Okay, what are the fields for your table? So you define the fields that are going to go in that table. Okay, what are the fields for your table? Next, here, like this. And now the third one is now create a controller. So here, create a controller. For, of course, after creating this, you have to, this goes with saying migrate. Okay, after creating the model, you need to migrate and then create a controller. So what are the fields for your table? This for controller is what methods. Okay, so here we're using the word methods, but the same as functions. What methods are responsible, okay, for interacting between the views and models? That's what basically this is all about. Okay, it is interacting between the views and the models. So the controller will just define a function, let's say index, and this index is going to be responsible for something. It will get data from the model and then send this data to the view. So that's the controller. So basically you can see we are back to our MVC architecture, right? and this at this point it should have already made some sense. Now, to give an example, we're just going to take a simple example of how do we create this model, and then what do we do for that model for it to be able to work. So I'm just going to walk you through that now next. So since we're just going to create an e-commerce, okay, let me say we first create the view, these, our stuff. I'm just going to say we want the home page. We don't want this about page. So I'm just going to go here. Do we need to add this in public? I always have issues with naming conventions. I'm just going to say, for instance, pages home. So can I just say, instead of, I'm just going to delete this, and that means this is no longer there, so we can remove this. So what I just want to do is go back here. Okay, so I will just go ahead and create my home page. So I will just say home dot tsx. Okay, just like this. Now I will also go ahead and leave this, but I'm just going to change the route now. So here, RFC, I'll just say h2, welcome to my e-commerce, welcome to my e-commerce, and I'll just go to the web.php where we have this slash. I will simply say home and give the name of home, which now makes sense, right? So now home is there. If we just go back to the home page, it just gives us this one. Now Laravel comes with Tailwind and Typescript, as you can see, with React and Tailwind. So you can just style these pages using Tailwind. Now you can see also in the same JS we have the components, hooks, so you can put all your hooks there. We have layouts, we have libs, and the pages. So basically we have the whole entire React ecosystem within the JS. So we have to put the components here. So I want to create components. I will just say, for instance, front end. You know how I normally just do this. And then in the front end, I'm just going to say, for instance, is where we're going to create our things. For the front end, and the ones which will go in the back end, the ones which will go in the back end, we just put them like, for instance, dashboard. So like the ones for the dashboard should just be put in dashboard, just like this. So now in the front end, I would want to put the home page, right? So in the home page, we need, for instance, navigation. Okay, so I'll just need, for instance, the shop header. I don't know, just like create shop header or shop navbar, like whatever I just need. Okay, and then it comes here in RFC, and let's see here we just put the kind of anchor tag which says like home, just for testing, and another one, let me just put 2, another one maybe for login, and this is going to go to login like this, and I can just give a class, of course, and then this is going to be like flex, and then a gap of maybe 2. So this is our shop header, and now this one should be used in this, maybe even another one can be shop footer. So you're just going to come here, copy, and then have like shop footer like this, and then this one is going to be, of course, shop footer, and then just like leave this here. Maybe I just like want to say that this should be a footer, while this one maybe should be a header. So now where do I put this? Now we want, of course, to use also the layout, right? So you see that we have also some layouts. For instance, we have the app layout, which is having app header layout. You can see here. And then we have the app sidebar layout, which is having the sidebar. So I would want to create another layout. So in the layouts, we have also the auth. For instance, there is auth card layout, and then like these layouts, as you can see them here. Okay. Then we have also, I think, a settings layout like this, which has like all the links. Then we have the app layout, which is having like these breadcrumbs. Okay. App layout. Okay. And then we have the auth layout. So in these layouts, you can see it is using, for instance, from the app sidebar layout. And then we have the auth layout, which is using the auth simple layout. So we just need to create one layout that is going to be purposely for our shop. So we're just going to say, for now, I'm just going to say, in the layouts, I'm just going to simply say here that can I call this one shop front layout? The shop, okay, shop front, because that name sounds like understandable. Shop front layout .tsx, and in here it has to be, I say, RFC. Of course, just going to rename this to shop front layout, right? And this it simply just need to accept the children. So just like this, and children of type React node, so React node like this, and then return these children just like this. And then here we put on top the shop header, and then down here we put shop footer just like this. Okay, so this becomes our layout. And to know that this, we can just use this layout, we can just go in our pages. And now I just want to say that whatever we're just going to create, maybe a home here. Let's wrap this in the shop front layout like this. Should be imported like so. So if I just go back now to the home page, we should just see our stuff. Nice. So if we create another page that is within this, where we wrap this, it should have our layout working. Okay. So in the next, of course, in the next here, in the next segment, we're just going to create the actual header, the footer, and all these other components we are going to use. Okay, so at this point, we have our layout. So we created our shop front layout. So this is the layout which is having our shop header and shop footer. Those who are coming from React world, this is as simple as a component that is holding some other things, and then you pass in children, which is going to be all other pages. Okay, So if there was a way we can control all the front end pages in one place automatically, that is not there the way we do it in React. Here you have to call the component within each page where you want that layout. So since we created our shop front layout, okay, so we'll be using it on all our pages. So I want to go ahead and get a shop header and a shop footer. So those ones, we're just going to get them from Simple UI. So those ones who don't know Simple UI, I'll also leave this link in the comments, in the description. You can find this link and then you can click on it. So for the headers or these here, we have the header sections. That is not the one. Let's first scroll down to the e-commerce. So I'm still adding new components. Others are there, others are not. Okay, but let's just scroll down to the e-commerce. I think there is why I have let me just go here on e-commerce. Okay, so we have here store navigation. So I'm just going to click on store navigation. Okay, and we have this. Okay, so I'm just going to use this first one. I have a lot of them. You can use these ones with categories which have all these ones. I'm just going to move with a simple one. So you have also these ones with mega menus. We have also this one, looks really cool. Has categories. I'm so much like attracted to use this one. It looks cool. So we have this. I'm just going to use this first one since we're going to be using, I think, Jumia. Do I use that or do I use this last one? This one has the login and then has this cart. Does the cart? Oh, so this one has a cart page. So this one is just like literally having the pages. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to go with this third one, number 5. It has taken me. Let me just go with number 5. So I'm just going to go here in the code, and then I will just go ahead and copy this, and then I will go to shop header, and then I will paste this here. So let's figure what would be the issues here. So where we have anything to do with the next link, we remove it, and we can just get this link now from Inertia React. Okay, so the link must come now from Inertia React. Then other things here, let me see here, where we are using this the E to be, you can see here, because it is using ESLint. Okay, no any explicit any, so we can fix this by looking for where we have this handle key down. So I'm just going to go down here to where do we have the handle key down on the search, add event listener key down. So if I do this, for instance, E, and then I do this console.log E, what is E? So you can just like get the types like this. That's normally the trick I use. So now you can see it is a keyboard event. So click this and then come here, paste keyboard event. Now we can of course put back the handle key down. Okay, so we have no any errors. Okay, we have no any errors whatsoever right now. I'm just going to go rename this to the shop header and just simply export that. So if we just go back to our application, we have it like this. And now because we have the dark mode and the light mode, those issues, now we have to handle the dark mode and light mode. So I could switch off the dark mode right now, or I just like only work with the light mode depending on what you want. So let me see if I remove BG white, what happens. Okay. There is this main. Oh, we have the categories. We have these categories. Really, I just don't want the one with category. Just get a simple one. I might just go back and get this. Oh, this one has some categories down here. Okay, I just want a simple like header for sure. Let me just use this one. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it, just simply for the image and the links. So the link we get then from inertia. We are remaining with only the image, so you can just go back to image. So I'm just going to say img, just like this. Okay, now I don't know if I'm supposed to format this with like format document. Where is it? Right now Prettier is not working. I don't know why, but I'm just going to go here, this, export this again also as. So we have the cut items, and now we have this scroll, update quantity, remove, calculate total. So what I just need to do is first export this as shop header, just like this. Export this as shop header. So going back here, we have that. Speaking of this, so here we have this BG white thing. Okay, like we could just say BG white and then dark. You're like BG maybe black. Even here dark, BG black. I just also want to remove this free thing in the top nav. So we have here a top nav, this one. You can remove that. Let me see if I remove these BG things. Even this one. Let me just see what happens. Okay, so this BG white, where is it coming from? So logo section, the search, and this sticky border. I'm thinking that this BG white, is it the one that is okay, let me first go to the CSS and see here. This is the one for Tailwind, the fonts, and then we have this root thing here. Okay, then we have also the dark. So I think basically they are setting these and then they're using them here in the themes. So if we just go back to the header, and I just say, for instance, BG red 300, and it is not showing up. Oh, I just first reload the page. Okay, so I realized that it was not doing the hot reloading thing, because yeah, so this, I think I don't know if I just like want the dark mode or not, but by default it comes when they have added the dark mode and light mode. And I think you could just go to the, I don't know, in the in this layout, so you can just like go to all my layouts here, and just say class name, and just going to say here BG white. Like you can just like decide not to use the dark mode. So as you can see there, you can just decide not to use the dark mode. Or we can just like simply leave it. So if you leave it, it means like we left it to be handled by that. So maybe we add the dark mode toggler, because that's then I'm just going to go ahead and add the dark mode toggler. I don't know if we already have it. I can just search for dark mode. Okay, how about mode a toggle? So it seems like we don't have the mode toggle. I could just like add the mode toggle. Let me just go to shard. Okay, so on the shard we can just go to the in dark mode. So I'm just going to, I'm not sure, do you need even to do anything like install these pm add next themes, then you go to the layout? I'm not sure if I'm supposed to do this next themes in Laravel, because otherwise how would we control the dark mode? We just simply need this button. If you look at this button, toggle theme, it is using this use theme from next themes. Okay, let's just give it a try. I'm not sure if this is going to work out, guys. Do we need to install the next themes? Because dark mode is running me seriously. Okay, just give it a try. So I'm just going to open here. What happens if I install next themes? Then we just create a theme provider and the components. So components, theme provider. With the .tsx, and then after this wrap to your root layout. So like why we have the HTML blah blah. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. So that means we are going to wrap this in all our layouts. Okay, like this layout is specifically for the backend and all others. So I'm just going to go in this, and where I have this, I'm just going to wrap it here. Okay, just copy this, cut them, and then here, theme provider. This comes from, I think, components theme provider. Let me see. Yeah. And then suppress, that is something. So now we can now create this mode toggle button. So still in the components, let me just create the mode toggle.tsx. Okay, and now we can use this in our shop header here. You can just come here. We have drop downs, logo, then we have navigation. So I would want to know then the help dialog, the shopping cart. Okay, so I just want to go ahead and add this here, the mode toggle, like this. So now, yeah, nice. Wow. So it works actually. So we can now switch from this dark mode. I'm just going to replace these two here. We have this. I'm not sure if it is necessary. You can leave it, or I'm just going to replace it with this, where I have this drop down. I might just simply add just login and register buttons. So I'm just going to go to where we have this account. Okay, just going to go where we have the account and help. Shopping cart, I'm just going to leave it. So these two models, I've taken them off. I will just now add those the login button. So we can remove this. I like the ESLint here. The ESLint is good. So we're just going to go and add, so in the welcome here, you can add a link to login. So I'm just going to say P here, where we have the register, sorry, Control F, register. So this link here, so we have the link to the login and register, these two links. So I think I like this one. So I can just go back to shop header, and here let's add this. I'm just going to name it as login and route to login. Okay, let's just see. Yeah, I don't know if I like it or not, but looks like it can work. So just click on this. This goes to the login. Okay, we're just going to work on this to look much better, but right now this is good. So just go ahead and put in the also the footer. So I'm just going to go ahead and put in the footer. So go back to this, and we should be having footer footers. I'm not sure if it is still there. Yeah, so we have this. I don't know if it can work for the footer. We only have one footer component. Okay, we have only one footer component. So I mean, you can just go here and add this shop footer, and then just like paste this. So just come here and just say shop footer. Remove this next link, and let's replace it with inertia link. Okay, so this seems okay. I'm just going to go back. Okay, so you can see it fits in really nicely, and so I'm just going to go to our page here. So now in our page, where is the page? So in here where we have pages, home, here. So after this we can just add in, so we could just like go to this. I don't know, are we supposed to give it something like okay, I'm not going to add any styles, but I'm just going to come definitely to the page. We can just for now add a min height. Okay, so you can just say dot mean height of screen. So you guys have like this mean height of screen. What this means is that now we have this to scroll until you reach this, and you have this nice thing here going on. Okay, so the second thing you just need to put is going to be a hero section to this. So you just need to give it a hero section. So where is a hero section? If I go back the simple UI, where is my simple UI? Go back here, and we have the hero section. I don't know if they are these ones. Okay, so I need one hero section for the e-commerce, not these ones. So let's go back to the shop. E-commerce down here, where you have the e-commerce. So we have the store banners. So just going to go the store banners. Okay, so you can see we have this. It looks like a nice one. I don't know. Then we have this one. Okay. Then we have this one. Then we have this one. I'm still looking for the one which is really suitable. Okay, then we have this. Then we have this. Okay, so I'm just taking the first one, guys. I'm taking this one. The code for this one is not there. Really? Okay, let me first fix that. So I had to first pause the video and first push like work on these to show up. So I'm just going to go with this first banner one, right? I'm just going to go with this one. So let me just go here, copy, and this one is going to be the store banner. So I'm just going in the front here. I'm just also going to come here and okay, just say shop banner, shop banner.tsx, and just going to add this. So let's see if we have anything to install. Okay, we have the image and the link, so you know where to get those ones. And then we have also this JSX from React, and then link from Inertia. And then for the image, you can just create img just like this. Now these other things like field, just remove them, and priority, remove them. Okay, so right now we have this. I'm just going to call this one as shop banner. Okay, shop banner, and you can bring this in our home. So you just come here in this one. Let's start by shop banner, just like this. Okay, so it is here. So we could just like give it not to occupy the whole entire maybe width. So I can just like come here and I just cut this and I say dot container dot max width of maybe 6 XL, and then dot mx auto. So you can just like put this in the center like this. Now if you want, you can also control the height of this, I believe. I don't know if we can just give height of like 50 view height. I don't know if that is even possible. Okay, that is not. You can just like maybe you have to control it maybe from the other side of the shop banner if you want. I'm not going to go, I think I'm not going to go into that because it has a max height of 800. Let's make this 600 and a min height of maybe 300. Okay, it doesn't look fine. Okay, max height of 600. What happens if you just keep on reducing this? Let's reload. So I'm also going to what we can also do is maybe to this text that we have the titles. So we have the carousel.map, and the first thing is position absolute. We have the image, the gradient, and then we have the content here. Okay, subtitle. What is this? And just like add like okay. So this one is this title on top. I'm just going to, I could just like remove that and the new arrivals. So this span, this one, I'm just going to take it off, and even this badge, you can take this badge off. These two gone. Now we have the title. So we have the title, which is this one. I'm just going to give it the text for just like this. So you can just like give it this. Yeah, it seems to be good now. Okay, that looks much better. However, I still want to control the, I still feel like I need to control the height of this. I'm just going to first take min height of 200 and max height of let's say here, first to do this and we see what happens. Like, what does this look like? Oh, okay. So this is now 300. So I'm just going to make this 400. Okay, I think this is enough. I just need to know, also I'm just going to add the border, border red. I just need to see where this is, the whole entire section. Okay, so that's the entire section, how it looks like. Actually, let me just make this gray. I'm just going to make this border 2, gray 300 with rounded is a shadow. The roundness is too big. Shadow to excel. Okay, so we have this. Maybe we just need to give some margin top. So you can just say margin top of 8, just to give it a breathing space. So this is good, you know. This is good. The buttons can be seen. You can just like adjust this the way you want. Let's make these buttons to be. So do we have any button here? Yeah, so this button is from Shad. I'm just going to go ahead and give them cursor pointer. Remember they removed the cursor pointer from the buttons. So I'm just going to say cursor, cursor pointer, cursor pointer, just like this. So this should just like be give all the buttons. Let me see. We can see that it is being overwritten. Cursor pointer. Need to put it on all variants. Okay, I need it on all variants. I don't know how I can stress this. I don't buttons without the cursor. I really don't like them. Going back here, this one has a class name, so this is overwriting the other one. So I can specify cursor pointer, and then slides. Even this, I'm just going to add cursor pointer. If you have any extension to fix my formatting here, is killing me, guys. Okay. Let me see. So for these ones, they now have the only ones which don't have are these ones. Can I just, there is arrow right, so this, what is going on with this formatting? I wish Prettier was working on this, but it seems it's not working. If it was, I would not have this kind of challenge I'm having right now here with this. Just going to first take off this because I cannot write very well, so I need the buttons. These ones I've given them the cursor pointer. These are the ones I need. So these ones, they need also to have a cursor pointer as well as this cursor pointer. Feel free to change this to whatever you want. Okay, feel free to change whatever you want on this. Really? Okay, so now they have the cursor pointer. Okay. So this section is done. I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay, just going to leave this section at that. So the next one is categories. So I'm just going to go back to the UI e-commerce. Now just going to go to store categories. Okay, I just want to keep this cool. Maybe I'm just going to take this first one. Okay, yeah, we have these, even the second ones, but I'm just going to go with it. This looks like it is nice. Let's see, we have many types here. There is even this, but I'm just going to take this first one. Looks nice. Go to this. I'm just going to say shop or store categories. So inside the front end, I'm just going to have shop categories.tsx, like this. Here, I don't know if there is, by the way, you can just remove this use client. I don't know if I still have these in these other ones. You don't need use client right now. We are in Laravel, guys. So I'm just going to remove these use client things. So let me go back to the shop categories. So just rename this to shop categories. Okay. Okay, so let's bring it in. If we just go back to our app or welcome page, home here, now we can just also give this, I'm not sure if I should just put it inside this container. Let me just say shop categories. Yeah, I think I like what they are, only that we're just going to add this in a padding Y of like maybe 16. Okay, yeah, padding Y of 16 for the categories, and you can just come here. We have, of course, the dummy data there, and of course the carousel. So I'm just going to come here. I just want to add the rounded. Okay, cool. So you can just like have that rounded, which has also the slide for all these four. We can just check the links. What are they using for linking? Scroll down here. So here we are using this natural link. I'm also going to change this. So I'm just going to change this to a link like that. Okay, so next are the products. So next are the products. Let's also get the products. Store, so we have the store products. Okay, so we just need a simple one, like this one also works. You know, you can just like have a product grid. You can just have it when it is not maybe in the carousel. We have the ones in the carousel, others are not. Depends on what you want. So we could just like choose these, you know, the normal ones, or you can also choose these which are in the grid with pagination. Okay, these ones have also the categories, has filters, and they also have this grid layout. Okay, then we have these ones, sort of like these ones, which move for. Yeah, I'm also just going to get these ones. So let me just get these. And they have the same issue with this. Let me fix it. Okay, so I've gone and fixed it, and right now we have the code. So you can copy this, and let's go ahead and we get the products. So you can just say front, and you're just going to have product listing, the TSX, and then we're just going to add all these products. So I'm just going to go here and change this one also to product listing. So I can select this, and then I just say name it as product listing, like this. And let's also change some of these here if we have any errors. So there is something we are not using here, this one. So basically you can comment out this. So we have some yellows here, has a missing dependency, go next. So you either include it or remove the dependency array. So you can just also add go next like this. And then we have one more yellow, and then in the go next, makes the dependencies of use effect change at every render. Fix this, wrap the function of go next in a use callback. So we can actually just wrap this in a use callback. I think that is would be good. Let me just see. So that means I can remove it from the use effect. Let me just go here. Can I wrap this? I'm just going to wrap this function, wrap this in a use callback. So like this use callback is good to run something like I think once. Okay, so we simply just say use callback like this. Of course, get the use callback from React. Okay. And you want to go to use effect. Okay, so that one is okay. Let me see this one. What was the URL about? So even this, go next slide, I think. Okay, they're saying here has a missing go next slide, and if you add go next slide, they are giving us that you cannot because this and for this one, go to slide. Where is this? Go to I can cut this and let's add it here. And now we have this go to slide. Which I'm just going to add here. Okay, so we don't have any yellows here right now for ESLint. Let's use the product listing in the home component. So here I'm just going to put also padding Y of like 24. And just going to say product listing. Let's go and see. Okay, so let's try padding 8. Okay. You can also go to product listing and you can give it rounded. Okay. Okay, so we'll have to the images and other things, we don't need to worry about them right now. Okay, then we have these, we'll make them buttons. This quick view here, we make them links, sorry. The remaining page right now is going to be the detailed page. So we can create a product detailed page still in this. We can have a product detailed page component. So if we just go back to simple UI here. Okay. So we have store. So we have store products You don't know what is this. The product list button is not there yet. Where do we find the products? I'm not sure where to find the products, product pages. But I'm sure they must be somewhere. Let me see. E-commerce, store banners, store categories, store products. Where did I put the product detailed pages? Supposed to be in one of these. Okay, let me just see where this one is located. Okay, so I've also added these product detailed pages. Okay, so we have this. I think I'm just going to take this first one. You can also take this one with the a lot of we have a lot of stuff here going on right now, which has even these details, specifications here. Then you can also add, like, really the detailed pages here. They are looking awesome. You can really take the one that you find matching with you. Here, I like the way this is. Okay. It has also reviews, and then has support. Like, really. Then is this one, which has also this. Here you can buy. I don't know. I think I should take one of these ones. They are all looking great. That's the problem. They are all looking great, and you actually get confused on which one to go with. Okay. About the item, blah blah. There are so many, and you get confused at this point. But I'm just going to get this one, the first one. It has, I think, all we need. Okay, I'm just going to get this. I think it is just like it will work. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to say product detail. So come back here. I'm just going to also take this as product detail .tsx. So you can't just like put the whole thing in there, like within the page. So if I wanted, you can just come to pages. Okay, pages, and you can just like write product details and .tsx, and then you can just add this. So what we can do basically, we could, like, for instance, take just going to remove this. I'm just going to also replace. Okay, I'm just going to replace image. Okay, I'm just going to replace image with image, and now fill I'm just going to replace it with an empty space. The same thing to priority. This one is only one actually. Okay, so we could just also divide this. We have, for instance, the breadcrumb. Okay, then we have the grid, frequent abort together. So I can remove this component of frequent abort together, and then just going to say similar products. So these similar products, we can just like cut this, copy. I'm just going to put them in their own component. So let me just here in this similar products .tsx rfc the word similar, then you can just like paste this here. Let me see. I'm just going to do this. Get these icons, and then similar products. Okay. So we have similar products. We can bring them as, so I'm just going to call this in this product detail here where we have this, we can just put similar products, and let's pass in the products because we had similar products somewhere here, and it has even type similar product. Let me see. I'm just going to export this. Now this one we're going to have types here, and we'll put, for instance, for products .ts, and I will just have from this, I'm just going to export this. Okay, in here, and then all these ones we remove them slowly, but let me start with similar products. So here I'm just going to pass in products, which will be equal to similar products. So this side will accept. Okay, let's just call them also similar products. So let's just go this side. We just say that similar products, they will be of type similar product from types, like this. And if you just go back to the detail, we now have this. So the function toggle the bundles. Let me just remove this, and then calculate bundle, and then here this frequently both together. So I'm just also going to remove this. Then similar products, you have to import this, and then we have frequently both together item. Okay, so now we are good. So we can now route to this. If we just go back to web, web.php, we can have what can we have? So here, okay, so let's say for now I'm just going to call this detail and render product details. I'm just going to call this detail. So let's go product detail, and if I just go back to the home page and I put slash, they say product detail. What did I name this? In the web.php, I named it as product details. Okay, so just I go on product details. Let's see what is there. Okay, slash product details. Now this is the route. The route is detail. I put the component, as I told you, the route and this, they are different. Slash details, okay, detail. Okay, so this is slash detail. Okay, so if we want to include, we can wrap this inside. You can see it has no footer, so we can wrap this whole detail page, this product detail. Okay, I can simply go ahead and wrap it. Let me just first of all call it product detail. Product details. Product details. Okay, I just want to go ahead and wrap this component. Okay, and you can just like wrap this component in the shop layout, like this. Okay, and now this is going to add a footer and a header on top of it. Okay, and I'm just also going to go ahead and add one more thing to it. So one thing I'm just going to add to it is going to be, so this max width of 7, let's make it max width of 6. Okay, let's just refresh. So you can see now it has this other thing. So it has cart product description, features, and other things. So you can add to cart. So basically we have these pages. Okay, now for this we're just going to do the routing so that we just route it to the right place. Right now just like putting it as a placeholder. Okay, so going back to this login, if I go here, so if you want also to give this a layout, that's why I normally just like this to leave it like this. Okay, now this one has also the 2 layouts. If I go to Auth, login, for instance, there is 2 layouts for this. You can see it is using Auth layout. Okay, and if you just go to the Auth layout, there is now Auth template, which is using this simple the Auth simple layout. Now there are 3 Auth has 3 layouts. There is this Auth card layout, Auth split layout. So I might just prefer the card. So if you just go back to the Auth layout, let me just import from, I don't know, if I just say card. Okay, if I just say card, so you see this turns into a card. And if I just like import this from split, okay, so you can see the split puts this the logo here, and then this is on the side. So depending on which one you like most, we can just say go with that. I'm just going to go with I think the card. How do you see that? I think I'm just going to go with the card. So let me just see card. You can of course create your own layout. It's not the must that you go with this one. You can always create your own layouts. Okay, so you can see this is the create. So I don't know this, if this is good or not. I feel like there is a lot of wasted space onto the still on the card. Looks okay, but yeah, no, not the best. You know what I mean? Not the best. Let me put split. Okay. I like split more. If I just go to the register and the login, I think this is much better, right? This is much. I'm just going to use this one. Then here we're just going to specify our logo. I'm just going to change that logo. So if you just go to this from the split, this is where you'll find the logo, app logo icon, and the name. So you can see this name comes from the shared data. Okay, this use page shared data. This I don't know why you can just like find this use page. use page comes from Inertia React. We'll just go and see where we get these shared and even the quote. I don't remember the place I saw that. There is a place handle inertia requests. That is why we have this name. You can see is this dollar message. Message is inspired in quotes, so it seems like they have inspired in quotes what they are putting. You can see this and the author, so you can also put this here. We can put our own. If I just come here and I say, so you can see right now here they have Socrates. Okay, I can just say Larissa with the app.name. So this one comes from the default one on the app.name is Laravel. So if you just go back here, config app.name. So this comes from config app.name. So in the config, we can also change the app name to maybe simple, since we just click on simple UI or simple shop. So now this should change. Oh, okay, so this is the default, does not mean that is taking it the env. If so, we can just like check also on the env. We'll check we'll change that from there. But for these other ones, the message, okay, I can just come and I come to dollar message and the author. So instead I will get, so by the way, explained, this one means that what does it mean? This is like means split. This one, it means split. So that means that I can do this. Let me first comment one. So you can just come here and I create a string. Okay, I can create a string, and then on the string I call explode if you want, but I'm just going to call it. I mean, I think this can just like you can create an array. Let's say welcome to our e-commerce site. Anyways, I want to change also this. How would I guess do this? By JB. Let me see here. I'm not sure if that. Yeah, so you can see welcome to our site. I would want to change this this whole space and maybe add something, and then also I'm just going to change this. For some reason this layout changed to something else. Let me go back to the split layout. I would want to change this split layout. Okay, I would want to change this split layout to this. Let me, for instance, digital. Let me first go to my GitHub. I'm just going to go and find. I'm just going to go and find what? I will search for digital store. So I'm just going to go to this. Okay, I just want it to have something like this. Okay, I just need something like this. This part. Can I just get this part from this? Components. I don't know. You can just like take your time and build that, but I'm just going to go to, I could just go to the login. So in the forms, I can look at the login form, for example, and then I would just need the second part. Okay, log into your account. This one, we called it Auth background. If you look at it, it's coming from Auth background. So let me just look for that. So it is here, Auth background. So I would copy this. Okay, and then you can also put it in the components. So let me just go here. In the components we have, I'm just going to call Auth background.tsx. Okay, let me see. Okay, so far we have two problems. The one for the logo. Okay, and then use client. So all these two, I'm just going to remove them. I will replace, let's see, image. This is one image, img. Remove the field, remove the priority, and then we have also now the logo. So for the logo, I'm just going to simply put a link. Okay, I'm just going to put a link. Okay, and this link is going to have inside a text of simple UI. href, taking back to the home page. Okay, then we remain with one problem. What is that one problem? Okay, this is going to be fixed. What I want right now is, what do I want? Is to bring this auth background in the split layout inside here. So we have bg muted, position absolute, quote. Okay, I'm just going to do this, and then so whatever I'm just going to add here, which is going to be auth background. So we have now two we are not using. I'm just going to simply comment them here. Then we have also these two things we're not using, the use page and this. If I go back to this, yeah, so let's add this image. Let's add this image. So we have the image, which is the background. So for this case, I added some nice image. Look, this image looks good. I wish I could just like have that very image. Can I just like get the same image? Just go back here, and in my public, and then I have auth bg. Okay, I can just like, I think, download raw file. Okay, so then I can just like copy this. So you can search this image on FreePic. Really. So I'm just going to go and add this in the also in the public. So what is the public for this? This is why we have storage, app, public. I'm not sure if this is the public we're supposed to put our things. Okay, I'm not sure about that, guys, but for now let me just also add it in there in the storage public. Oh, there is actually a public folder here. Let me just add it in this public, the normal public folder. I'm not sure if which one is going to work. So let's go back. Isn't this serving the public? Yes, so you can see the image is there. Where is, so which one is working? That's the question. Can I remove this, delete this, and we remain with one in the normal public? Refresh. Yeah, so that is the one which is working. So now I have these things I can modify. I can modify this, change the background color and all that. So can I come here and let's go to this auth background, and if I want I can just change this to slate and to be dark like that. I'm not sure if that is a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know. Then I would want also a dark mode thing here, because I don't know how we went back to the dark mode. This side we're in light mode, but for some oh, I understand. So here we are in another layout. So here when we do this, when we have like login, okay, this is a typically different layout. This one is a typically different layout. So what we need to do is we need to create a general layout. So just going to go here the way we have this app layout. Now in the app layout, the problem, this was used in the backend, as you can see here. So I'm just going to come here and I create a general layout, and this one I'm just going to wrap this theme provider. So in the layout, I'm just going to say general layout, or I'm just going to say global layout .tsx, and I'm just going to copy what is in here, and I'm just going to paste it inside here. Change this to global, and then I'm just going to simply remove this footer, and then even so this should simply return the theme provider, simple as that. And now we just simply have to go in all these layouts, okay, in all these layouts, and wrap them around. So these, we can wrap all these ones around the global layout. So inside this, and the another one is all of them, we just need to global layout. Then we have the split. Then we just like adding global layout. Then we got the app layout. So you first put global layout. Then we have the auth layout, I think would have added in this, in the whatever we just use in the auth. So here this is the best way. Here just going to say global layout, and then inside I'm just going to add this. Now that means in all these auth templates, these ones, you don't need the global. Sorry for that, because that would be not really necessary, right? Go to this. Let me just remove. Then go to the card, split. So in the split, let's cut and replace. Okay, so this auth, they just come and use this auth layout. Okay, so we have now the global layout, which is wrapping around this, and definitely is going also to wrap. So now we can remove this and then wrap the global layout just like this. Okay, so in the global layout now we have the dark mode wrapped in the whole entire app, so which becomes really nice. This looks much better. Okay, this looks much better. I can just go to my auth layout in this background thing. So that is why I have this logo here. I can just give this a class name, not class ID, class. name of text white, and then text to Excel font bold. Okay. Maybe let's leave it at text Excel, and okay, I'm just going to say SM uppercase. How does that one look like? Oh, okay. Now let's go ahead and see. So we are done with some of these pages. I've just really customized the layout. I'm just going to be customizing some of these things to look really, really much better, right? So we have now sign up. So now by default, as you can see, we have some database configured. I can just go ahead and create a user. So for instance, I can just come here and create a user, and I can put a password. So let's just create here admin, and then here this is going to be admin at admin.com. Password, you can just make it admin. In fact, there's a password I always use, admin at 2025. Even this admin at 2025, right? So you can just like create an account, and this is working because by default it runs for us migrations, and you can see we are at the dashboard with this admin here. Okay, so which is really cool. Okay, this is really cool. So let's just like now configure to use different databases. So right now is by default is using SQL, and how do I know that? First of all, you can just go to .env. Okay, so there is .env here. So in the .env, this is whereby you configure the name of the app, and you call it like simple UI shop, simple UI, maybe simple UI shop, I don't know. Just going to leave it like that. So down here, there is where you're going to see we have this, all of these ones, they are all commented out, and we have DB connection to be SQL. That means SQLITE is the default database. Okay, the default database is SQLITE, and so there are two production databases that we're just going to be using. If you go back to this, you need to configure the databases, and onto this, okay, database setup. So there is configure database using MySQL. So MySQL is really, really easy to configure this. Okay, MySQL is really easy to configure. I'm just going to configure using MySQL, then after I will configure using Postgres, so that I use Postgres maybe last. So you can see here, you need just to go ahead and uncomment all these ones here. So if you open your XAMPP and it is running, for MySQL to be able to run, it is using Apache and MySQL. So this needs to be running in the background all the time, right? And that means then I come here and I can just come and I do this. So I'm just going to change the name of the database to simple maybe UI, simple UI DB, okay, or simple shop DB, whatever you just want to do. So this and this, leave them. This host means localhost. This one, localhost 3000. This is the port, the database port by used by here. So you can see 3306 is always a MySQL port. You can see here. So this needs to be running because it's going to be using this MySQL server. So you have to mean the DB port is this. This is the localhost 3000. The database name it the way you want. By default, XAMPP, when it creates for you, the phpMyAdmin doesn't add the password, so there is no password. And the username by default is root. So with this, and by the way, all these ones comes from database. So .php, you can search on top here. Database.php is which tells which one to use. So you can see by default MVDB connection, this one, but does not mean that you cannot add any other connections. So you have SQLITE, you have MySQL, MariaDB, you have PostgreSQL, and then you have SQL Server, and these are the ones which are supported by default. I've not used MariaDB, but I'm just going to show you how to configure. By default, this is configured. It comes with SQL. So just going to configure MySQL. So to configure MySQL, as I've said, simply uncomment these ones. As simple as that. Now it is going to be, of course, change this one to MySQL, the way it is in here. MySQL, this, and then you add the name of the DB, and then you are good to go. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and run this. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead, stop the server and run again. Okay, so let me just go and do that. So I'm just going to stop the server, Control C, I guess. Do I disable the server? Oh, this is under output. I need a terminal. So do I need to first stop the whole entire server to do that? I think that is for the base. So just Control C, stop the server. Let me clear this. So since we have changed this, let's run php artisan migrate. So what this one means is that we are migrating this to the new database, since we are using now the MySQL. Now you can also see the server, the MySQL admin, by going to, I think, php myadmin, but I always don't check that because I can just like run everything from the terminal here. So this is going to run the new tables onto this new database. Okay, so they say here that the database simple UIDB does not exist on the MySQL connection. Would you want to create it? And you say yes. And you can see it creates the database and creates the migrations. So what this means is that if we again say composer run dev, okay, if you say composer run dev, this should start up our application, and we still go and log in. Of course, the other user we created is no longer going to be around because we created him in some other stuff. I don't know what is going on. Why is it taking long to start? Let me just wait for it. Composer run dev. Okay, let me just clear here. Composer run Dave. I think that's the command. I don't know why it is not responding. I'm just going to go ahead and close all these files. Close everything. Okay. I'm not sure what is not happening. The command is not responding at all. Okay, so it is starting. I think it was starting. Okay, so it has started. Server is running on port 8000. Now I just want to go back to my app. I'm not sure where is our app right now. Okay, of course, if you just come here now, we have been routed to the login. If I just let's reload the page. Okay, so now let's go ahead and sign up for an account again. I'm just going to also call the name admin. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and create. So you can see here, they have checked the validation rules are working. Okay. Okay, so now we are in, but this time we are using MySQL, right? We are using MySQL. So at this point, you can just use MySQL, okay? With no stress. Now, people who want to discover and they want to be, you know, you would want to know how you would use, how do they call it? As I've said, this one comes with a PHP my admin. So if I just duplicate this, I don't know, it's supposed to go and you say PHP my admin, PHP my admin. I don't know. I don't know. You're supposed to go to localhost. I don't know how do you go to PHP my admin. Okay. Can I just get some help here? Oh, it is localhost / I think just should just like work like localhost / localhost / PHP my admin. And just wait and see. It's taking longer as it is waiting. I just like continue here. So you can see that this is why people like Laravel, because it comes with this, you know, it comes with these kind of things. It comes with pages. Okay, it comes with pages where you can, as you can see, we have like the update, and then we have like this, and for some reason actually they have the dark mode and light mode somewhere. So you just need to go and see in appearance settings and use this also in the whole entire system, but this is already great. Okay, I just like stick to light mode. Okay, so you can see this is good. Okay, we have the settings. We have a dashboard which is responsive. Actually, you can see this. So we just like edit it a little bit to add in what we want, but otherwise this is good. I like it. Okay, I like this dashboard. It is already responsive. It has this this thing here, which has the logout anyways, and then it has this dashboard route which has nothing. So just going to, of course, populate in some things, right? So let's try to create one page to the dashboard, which is like, for instance, products. So I'm just going to change this. So we have like platform for this. Can I just like have something in the middle, like for instance, like products or something? So let's see where this, oh, before we do that, let's first change back to see if we can use Postgres. The problem is when you try even to deploy on any platform, they will first favor if you are using Postgres. Postgres is going to be really easy. Another thing is you can't get easily a free MySQL, but you can easily get a free PostgreSQL. So I need to show you how to configure that. So for that one, you have two choices actually. Let me just go back to the documentation here. So you can see you can configure database using now Postgres. Okay, you need to create a free account. Now before that, you can install this Postgres. Postgres. So you can just like go ahead and do this. In fact, just say Postgres download. Just download the Postgres from this here. Now, from my experience, please download the one with 16. Now, after I downloaded the one of 17, I had to uninstall it for some reason. So, I think you should install the one of 16. Okay. Install as February. So you can see there is this one, a new release of 17. But after installing it, like everyone was showing a different one for some reason. Like they were showing the using 16 and 17 was really not good on my machine. So you might just need to install 16. It is one I installed. Postgres versions, and then like you can see 16 is for 2019, 2022. Okay. So where do we download this? Download the installer. So it brings you to this page here. So download this one, Windows here, and this second one. Okay. So why do you need to download this? This one will give you PG admin. So when you install Postgres, there is how it gives you also PG admin. I did not even run this for sure. I did not run this like to use it because I used the render, but you can run the PG admin, and the PG admin has the same thing like this PHP my admin. So you can see the database we created here, simple UI DBs here. So the purpose of this PG admin is to give you the same interface, okay, like the PHP MyAdmin. So you go ahead and install this, the PG admin, and then you hello guys. So content creation is not for everyone, guys. I messed up. 1 hour I recorded it and it was only audio. If I can just show you here quickly, you will see that I have recorded about 1 hour of it, and all of it was not showing capturing. It was only capturing the audio, and it did not capture the audio. Sorry, the screen. So the screen was not captured, and it was only capturing the audio. I realized this after after recording for about 1 hour and plus. So I have to repeat, or I have to show you those parts I recorded within that 1 hour. I have to show you what I was explaining so that we'll be on the same page. So all the parts before, if you remember, all these parts where we said until where we are supposed to add in this Postgres database. So at this point I paused, and when I came back I actually didn't record the screen. It recorded only the audio. So I need to repeat, starting from this part of adding Postgres database. Okay, so we had already added MySQL, SQL, and they were all working. So we're adding now a Postgres database. So what I'm just going to do is I have the slides here, okay, for installing the Postgres database. So the first thing you need to have your file. Let me show you. So I actually installed again the Postgres. So you just need to have your Postgres here. I have Postgres 16.81. You can just install any other. I recommend you install 16. This will take a while. After it has fully installed, then I just want to show you how you're supposed to, what you're supposed to see while you're installing. So when you start installation, it will bring you this screen. Click next, and now it will be having all the boxes checked here: the Postgres SQL server, Postgres admin, and stack builder plus the command line tools. So go ahead and uncheck this stack builder here. Then next is it will ask you to set the password. This is one of the most important steps of all time. So this is what made me even uninstall the whole thing, because if you forget this password, to set a new one when you already have the Postgres is really hard. So the easy method is that you remember your password. Okay, so just go ahead and write down this password that you are going to add while you are doing the setup. So keep your password, and then go here, select English, the language, and that's it. It will ask you if it is going to start installing. Let it install. After installing, then come down and now search for PG admin. So you're going to see that I have this PG admin running. Okay, so in the PG admin, it will, when you click on this, it will be like this. When you click to look at the server, so here it will be like this. So when you click inside here and you try to click on the server, it is going to come and ask you for the password. Go ahead and enter your password that you created. I repeat, go ahead and enter the password that you created. So this is the password here, and that's the only thing you need to do, because it is already having a Postgres SQL running. So after putting this, it will allow you to see the database. So when you click to see the database, it will ask you to put the password, add that password, and save. Click on that save. There is a save a save checkbox. Click on the save so that it doesn't ask you every time you want to use it. So now, after that, it has one database. By default, it has this database called Postgres. You can see here. If you want to create another one, you can right click and create a new database. We are using this, the one that has come in here. So just use this one. You don't need to do anything. So you just don't need to do anything. So what we need to do right now is to head to our .env in our application. So I'm just going to go back to .env. So if I can just check to .env. So in the .env, you can see I went ahead and commented out the MySQL things. So this was MySQL. So I have DB connection, and I've set this to PGSQL. And by the way, before we do that, before we do connect here, you have installed your Postgres, you remember your password. So you just go ahead and now let's add this. DB connection, set it to PGSQL. DB host to localhost, this is the one. Then you have the port, then you have the database, username, and your password. And this is the password that you set while installing your Postgres. Okay, hoping that is very clear. You can just like move it back and watch it again. So this is the step you need to make. Okay, so after you have done this step, the next step you need to do is to enable two extensions. So if I go back here to the documentation here, let me go to the other blog, this one. After you have installed, the next thing you need to do is which blog? I just want this one. So the next step is to make sure that you have these two extensions enabled. You have updated your env with all these things. It does not mean it is going to work. You need to enable these two extensions in your php.in file. So you need to go in this file. So what I just normally do is I go and get this search and search for, let me just zoom this in. You just need to search for php.ini, and the one that you need to update is the one in C XAMPP PHP. Now you might have all other files with the same thing, php.ini. The one that you need to make sure that you update should be in the XAMPP PHP, wherever you installed your XAMPP. I'm going to right click, and then you can open this file with VS Code. So you can just open this in VS Code, or you can open it in Notepad. Now go ahead and search here. You can just go ahead and search for this PHP. You have the PHP, this, just copy this, and let's go ahead and search this. Now you can see that this says no results. Now let's just search for just on a PDO, just like this. So search for PDO, this PDO PGSQL. So these ones are going to be commented out. These ones, they will be commented out. Please make sure that you comment this PDO PGSQL and comment, remove these things like this one. Remove this, are they called semicolons? Remove these semicolons on it. The same thing to PDO SQLITE, and then this extension. So you can see there are two, also this. Okay, so just come and also remove on this one. So make sure these three lines, this one of SQLITE, I don't know, but just make sure that this and this, all of them, they don't have the semicolons. You can also just go ahead and search other things about PGSQL. You see like these, some of these ones are uncommented. So just make sure like look through what I have here. make sure they are almost the same. So you can just like be pausing the video, you look at my screen, you will see that most of these things are uncommented by default, but the most important ones are these ones. After you are done that, just go and save. So you can, if you're in VS Code, you can of course right click, you can just go to Ctrl S to save this file. Please make sure you have saved this file. Ctrl S and save. Ctrl S to save, please. So after you have saved, that's the only thing you need to do. Make sure you have saved the other file, you enable the extensions, you have this one set up, and go ahead and run php artisan migrate. You run php artisan migrate. So this one, if you get any errors, you should try to troubleshoot them, but at this point, this should actually migrate all the files. It should just like simply migrate all the files, and after the migration, you can now go back and create the account. So what I did, after the migration successful, I went to the login, register, and then on the register, which was like I think is /register, I went /register and registered. Okay, so that is what I did. Now next, after doing that, okay, after configuring up my Postgres, I went ahead now to creating pages. So I wanted to create a dashboard page here. So you can see my dashboard. I first changed this from the dashboard was outside. We had things like pages, and there was dashboard.tsx. Okay, so I changed this here because we are going to have all the pages for a dashboard. We are going to have a lot of pages, so I just changed the other pages. I created a new folder called dashboard, and I moved my dashboard.tsx. I moved it and I renamed it to index.tsx. So I have now dashboard index.tsx. So what I basically did is I simply went and gotten this component here. Okay, I gotten this component. Why did I get this component? I'm just going to leave this small component you're seeing here. Okay, I'm just going to add it. Where should I add it? Okay, so I was telling you why I got the dashboard. So I changed, created this folder for the dashboard. I added index. Now I maintained the same layout that we had previously. You can see we have the app layout, which is actually the layout governing these dashboard pages. All of them, they should be wrapped in this app layout with the breadcrumbs. But this component that is having these things you are seeing here, the recent sales plus the recent products, this one, just get it from the simple UI. So just go to simple UI and then dashboard pages. So if you click here on dashboard pages, you can see I have only one. So this is the component. Okay, this is the component. See, just go to code, and this is the code that we are having. So after pasting it in, remember to remain having the breadcrumbs. These breadcrumbs are the ones that are putting the navigation on top of the component. So here we have the app layout, and then with the header, and then we wrap this whole component that we brought in. Now this one will prompt you to install tables. So just go ahead and install tables from shardcn. So you just go to shardcn and search for table. So you just search for table, and then just go ahead and click on install, and then install this table. Okay, that's the only thing you have to install. Okay, so that's the index page. Now we have to change something. So I created more 2 pages. So the way we do it in React, we have dashboard categories and dashboard products. So I created these 2 other pages. The dashboard products, inside I'll put index.ts, which is simply having the layout. So it is maintaining the same layout we are using in the dashboard. We are maintaining the same layout here, app layout, and then in here we have the head. Okay, so we have this head. So here you can I just added this. This is the dashboard, so you can just say this is the products, dashboard products page, dashboard products page. And finally, I also created the same thing for categories, dashboard categories index, and this is the dashboard categories page, like that. So I created these 3 pages. So the next thing is to route, to make sure these pages are being routed correct. So I went to web.php, and you can see inside this authenticated routes, I have the dashboard. So you can see now the render is on dashboard index. So previously it was just like dashboard, just like this. We no longer have this, so we now have dashboard index. The name remains dashboard, and then I have /dashboard/products. So I want my routes to be like this at the dashboard, dashboard products, dashboard dashboard products, and dashboard categories. So this is under dashboard products index, and then I gave it a name of products. Then the same thing for categories, dashboard categories, I gave it a name of categories, and this is at categories index. Okay, so if you click in these ones, you should just route to that page. So now if you just go in the browser and then you log in, okay, you should just have this on the dashboard. So this is on the dashboard here, and then on the products we have, this is the dashboard products page, and then we have also, this is the dashboard categories page. Okay, now I made some few changes. I changed this here. So if you go inside the app layout, you notice that we have it wrapped in the global layout. You saw that. And if you click in the app layout, you will see that it has app sidebar and app sidebar header, which is showing these breadcrumbs. Now I just went to the app sidebar. So this is where you will find all the navigation links. So I changed these main navigation links. So in the main navigation links, I added the dashboard, I added the products, I also added the categories. So I added these 3 pages. Okay, I added these 3 pages here. And then for the footer, I added settings. I also added the live link to just route back to the home page. That's why we have these 3 links. Now for this one, I know you was still showing platform, so I also changed that. I just went to, first of all, I went to these nav items. So if you go inside the nav items, you see that I have this e-commerce. This one was platform. I've changed this one to e-commerce, and that's the only thing I changed this side. Okay, so going back, I also now went ahead and changed this logo. Okay, so I went and I changed the logo. So in the logo, it is just near here inside the sidebar header, we have the menu, and then inside them we have the menu item. So inside the menu item, we have this logo. So I clicked in this logo, and then I changed the icon to the shopping bag. So you can change this to any roasted icon. I removed the field here. That was a field. I removed it, and then I also added this text simple UI. And that's how I have this UI looking like this. So at this point, we are all, I think, on the same page, right? We are on the same page. So what I want is, what I just want is to add on these product pages, I just want to add data table, right? So I'm just going to go here to add data table. So I'm just going to use shardcn. Okay, I'm not going to over engineer this. I had wanted to put a very advanced one, but I thought it would be very hard for beginners. So let's just like add the normal data table. So I'm just going to go here and I say I say data table here on shard. And so we just want something like this, something which has pagination, as you can see here, something which has search. So you can see here you can search something here. So I just want something like this. So the first thing I would just like do maybe is first go to installation, and let's add these things. So we already have the table. We only thing just need to add in this turn stack table. So just copy this. I'm just going to simply install this. Okay. So that's the only thing you just need to do. So just go back here. I just want to go to code, and then I just want to copy this. Okay. I just want to copy this. So this is going to, I want to add this I just want to add this. Okay, I just want to add this as my product table. So I'm just going to first go up here. This one I didn't set it up, just there is. So what I want is in the dashboard components here, I'm just going to first add this as product data table, products data table .tsx, and paste it this way. So you can see it has no any errors. So if I just link this product data table and I link this back to the pages, so I just want to link this back to the pages on the products page. Pages. So if you just go inside the pages index, so in here where I have this here, I just want to go ahead and add data products. Okay, so let's just like first a second. I will go back to this component. I will just give it that name. I just simply want to see if it is going to display. Just I will just go here. I will make sure that the component exported from here has that same name. It has data, and then has columns, and it has this export data table demo. I'm just going to name this products data table. So this is what I want to bring in my pages products. Yeah. So inside here, I'm just going to bring in this. Okay. So let's go back and see if we have any errors. And nice, we have this. Okay. I like this. You can search emails like that. So what we want is to modify this. Okay, I would want to modify this component to be for products. Okay, I would want to modify this instead of just like be for only this. This was for the payment and that. I just want to modify this. Okay, so there are two options that you have. Those who can use V0, you can use V0. Okay, but I'm just going to use I'm just going to go ahead and use cloud. So just by the for all these components, I think they have open in V0 something. So this one doesn't have, but you can just like copy all this code like this, and then we can change this. Instead of just the payment, we can change this to something else. Okay, so I'm just going to give to go to this. After all this data table, after I will add it to simple UI. So this, after building it, I will add it on simple UI here. So you'll find it somewhere on simple UI. I'm just going to show you. So each of us change it, and then I will just give it to you. So I'm just going to say I have a data table. Let's first give it a try to simple to V0. Just going to go here and I go to V0. Okay, just going to say I have a data table that I want to modify, Okay, I'm just going to first paste it here. Okay, so I'm just going to say that the current one has, it supports these columns which are like these normal ones for this. Okay, I want to change this. I'm just going to say to change it to let's go back here. I have a data table that I want to modify. The current table is for payments with these types. Okay, I want to modify this table to be used as a products data table, and my product will have these types. Okay, so basically I'm just going to change these to product instead. Okay, to product. So I'll just like want to say ID string, and this is going to be price. We're just going to have obviously name, so name string. You'll have slug string. So there are some things we're not going to show here. So even if I guess I remove the slug in this, so just going to have the name, the category, which will be a string, and then so you have the name, category, have the image, which will be a string. So normally this if you remember in what we have on our dashboard. Here on our dashboard, we have the product has this category, price, then it has stock and status. Okay, so it is going to have stock, which is going to be a number. Then we have status, which will be in stock and out of stock. In stock and then out of stock, I guess. What else can we add? We have name, category, price, stock. I think that is good enough. Okay, I'm just going to add here the sales count. Okay, number, and the so I'm just going to leave it just like this. It has no emails. It will have no email, so it can have all those ones. I'm just going to first leave it like that. I'm just going to say that, so I want to be able to search name, category, and then maybe another thing would be what. Yeah, I think that's good. That will work. And then I also want, if I select all products, to be able to have an option of delete all. Okay, so I'm just going to say here, so maintain all the data table features, and okay, so I'm just going to say also create for me the sample data of at least maybe about maybe 6 products or something. I'm just going to say about at least 6 products. So I'm just going to first try this one and see what it is going to be able to do. Okay, let's see what it's going to be able to do. So it has created a new type, name, category, sales count, image, stock, price, and all those nice things. And then it has created here the sample data with this. Now images, I forgot to tell it to have, would have told it to have I'm just going to get this sample image actually. So you see in the product, in this sample data, let's first see what it has done. Okay, it has this. Okay, we have filter by name and a filter by category. So if I just say fitness, okay, and then here name smart. Okay, so that's good. Then we have stock, and these prices, you can also filter this. You can hide some columns like the price column. Okay, so if I select, or I have the delete selected, I wanted this list. Now if I deselect, they all go. So I think this is going to work for now. It has the pagination. Okay, let's bring this. It is not responsive. Of course, we can hide some things like the status of in stock and out of stock. Okay, so let's go here in code, and we have the page, which you can add like this, and then I will have this, copy this component. So as I've said, I will add this in the, I will just add this in the simple UI. So now I can just come here, do this. This is products data table. It has 2 errors, so we have to add this alert dialog. So what I forgot to tell it, I'm just going to tell it to add some more things. Okay, so just one thing, just only one thing to add. I'm just going to say, so on the preview here, there is no, so I'm just going to call for me a header. So the header, so I want to add for me a header. Okay, and for me to add a table, add for me a table header, a table header, that want to add for me a table header that that has add product, add product, add product. Okay, add product. So now you want this to be add product model, just like that, add product model, and then with also export to Excel button. Okay, so then also I think that's it. Just the only thing I just want to add. So as I've said, I will just add this table on the other side, on the simple UI, so that you can just like have it. So you can see that the data table, I'm just going to get it from the simple UI. So under the dashboard pages, that's like simple UI, and then you scroll down to where we have application UI, dashboard pages. So we have 2 dashboard pages. We had this one we put on the main dashboard, and then we have product data table here, and then let's get the code like this. I'm just going to bring it inside here. So I'm just going to name this, and I'm just going to go ahead and name this as, so this one I'm just going to name it as products data table, products data table, just like this. Okay, and then here we're just going to remove next image. Okay, so wherever we have the image here, we're just going to simply use img, just like that. And then here we are not using the row, so what I'm just going to do there just in a second. So we also need this alert dialog, so let's just like add alert dialog from shard. So I'm just going to go to shard cn, okay, and I'm just going to search for alert dialog. So just go ahead and get this, sorry, just simply go to installation, and let's go and install this. Okay, so now for this row, since we just need this, we can just come and modify this to use this, and I can return this like this, and I can just say, for instance, const, you can just even just say, for instance, console.log or const id is equal to row dot original, then dot like maybe id, and then you can just like use view suppliers, maybe this one I'm just going to make it a link, and in this case we can just like get a link from inertia, and we just add the view suppliers. Let's add href. Okay, maybe I just add, for instance, this, and I just say id. I'm just going to say, for right now I'm just going to say id, just to use this id. Okay, so another error that we have right now is on the same thing here. On this row, we are having it as a variable and we're not using it, so you can just come here and say const id is row dot original dot maybe id, and then to use this id we're just going to, and by the way, when you do something like this, okay, and you put, for instance, a link, so just say href, let's just say $id. So suppose put this and you say as child. Similarly, the side of, I'm just going to look for where we have this other one, this one, as a child. So going up here, you don't know why, just say use force. Do you want to update this? No. So I have it here. So now that means if I just go back to this page, okay, I'm just going to remove this here, just going to import it like so. If we go back to products, okay, so dashboard products, so you can see we have this. Let me just go ahead and change the title where we have like inventory. So I'm just going to say inventory. So here I'm just going to say product products. Okay, so we have that, and then we also have this nice form that comes with it. I'm just going to come here and add this. So we look for the default image. So I'm just going to go, either you could just go and get that SVG, or you can just go to flat icons. And let me just get the image. You can just say image placeholder like this, and you can just go ahead and get any image placeholder that I need, or any of your choice, the one that you think is very okay with you. Okay, so I'm just going to get this PNG, download. Okay, so I'm just going to go this one, copy this, just going to paste it in the Fabric. So in the Fabric here, I will add this as placeholder, just like this. I'll go back to my components, and so to where we have what? The dummy data. So this is where we have dummy data. I want to replace this slash placeholder SVG. So this, I'm just going to hold this like so, Control F and Control H. I will replace it with slash placeholder dot png, and then this. Okay, so now if I go back, I have this. Okay, so this is looking beautiful. I love this. Okay, I'm not sure if the pagination works. The pagination works really nice. You can just go to previous. So right now this is ready to receive data, and we manipulate the way we want. Now the export, I don't think it will be working, but actually it is. Okay, yeah, so this is also working. And the search, so here we have the yoga, and you can see the search is also working nicely. We have this, so these ones are just going to be filters we'll work on later on. Okay, yeah, so that's what we have just done, and that's enough. So in the next video is going to be taking this static it will be taking this static stuff, and we just make it really, we're just going to take this and we make it now dynamic to come from the database. We'll be able to do it that way. So for this one, actually we could just like bring this this product table, and then we add it to the other side for the recent. And just like maybe leave it like that. I'm just going to change it. Even all these ones, they will change. Okay. So let's just like first leave it like that. We just like change it when we are making it dynamic and it is complete. But I like it the way it is right now. Okay, so thank you so much for watching this episode. I'll just see you in the next one, where we're just going to complete to add the backend part of this. Okay, so see you.